Hey, hey, hey! Welcome to Jason is a Social Scientist by Mouth Daily. Pill number 691. Are you here to light my fire? Come on, baby, light my fire. Set phasers to flaming. Alright. So, you might be wondering what the show is about. People often wonder what the show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication live on the Book of Face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. After 691 pills, 691 shows, a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me the most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show, the community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell. I'm going to see now. Heck, this show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment. With Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcasts on record and cylinders played on a 19th century Edison home phonograph. Along with a nursery rhyme book from my childhood containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also The Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I call the Rainbow Tunnel, in which I harnessed the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warp nacelles, creating a static warp bubble and a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse, and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber, created by me, that serves in an echo chamber. Dang it to heck. Dang it. The show now takes place in an echo chamber. Dang it. The show now takes place in an echo chamber created by me that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand as this is advanced social science. Yeah, so the show is also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes and a measure of Mork and Mindy, a dash of Mr. Ed and 2 doses of Alice in Wonderland, a helping of Hee Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, a tincture of Teen Wolf, an ounce of Oz, a cup of Creepshow and Castaway, a quarter quantum leap and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show and a 4-hour tour. Piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse, a pinch of Peter Pan, a pound of Popeye, I am what I am, a whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. Come up to the lab. I'll see what's on the slab. I can see you shiver with anticipation. Touch me. I wanna be dirty. Thrill me. Chill me. Fill me, creature of the night, an undone Benjamin Button, a corny ear of Dumbo, a college try of I Spy, a couple of raw strokes of Bob Ross, a spoonful of Mary Poppins, and the full Monty Python. Finally lump in Rick and Morty with a liter of I Love Lucy in the sky with diamonds, and wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. You've got the show. Everything is out of place, out of time here, including and especially me. Alice will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her high fives. The first and the second coming will always be risen with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies. The Supermen and their boners will always be spinsters and sumptuouses working the sweatshop. The twin towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV. Pigs will fly. Disco and dance will reign like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it would be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP, pre-exposure protocol. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals U. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me, bareback, all day long and never catch HIV from me. It's a brave new world. The future is now. And it's 1969. Free love. Woo! All right. Hello, everyone. I like to get the premise right out at the beginning, so sorry I didn't say hi to everyone right away, but hello. Tara, Ron, Laura. Dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it. Who else is all here? I saw lots of people. Oh. Mama G. Bang it, bang it, bang it, dang it. Alicia, hello. Oh, I saw Nedrick here too. And who else is here? Dang it, dang it, dang it. Oh, Tara, you can't fool me. Hey, Isaac. Hello, hello. This is the house of Jack. Angel, hello. Bang, bang, dang, dang, dang. It's time to raise the floor, right? Other shows, they raise the roof, but here we blow the motherfucking roof off and raise the floor, because the rising floor lifts all feet. Bang, bang, dang, dang, dang. Mitch and Renee, hello. And Jeff, hello. Hello, everyone. Hello. Hammer, hammer. Screw, screw. Nail, nail. Pound, pound. Construction noises. Eggplant. Woo! All right. Veg on the red. Gustavo Adolfo Diaz Valderrama, hello! Deceptively simple, exactly. I'm surviving, Mitch. How are you? Oh my goodness. Dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it. Hola, Gustavo. How's New York? How's New York treating you? No, I'm surviving. I'm surviving. All right, some just off work communion. Some of the best kind of communion. All right, all right, all right. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Hey, Joshua. Hello, hello. All right, all right, all right. We'll get the show set up here. We got to conserve communion around here. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Oh, my goodness. Hey, Edwin. Oh, aren't you sweet? Oh, beauty yourself. Oh. I suppose. World leaders. Do you work there, Gustavo? Or does it just, like, affect the whole city? You got me, Ron. You got me. All right, all right. see. The first coming. First and the second coming. Let's see here. Dang it. Second coming. Yay, Pill 691. Woo. All right. Yikes. Oh. Well, hopefully it's a slow night for you. Dang it. We just keep ticking by. Can you believe we're almost at Pill 700? Pill 730 will be 2 years worth of pills. Two years worth of pills live. Woo! All right. Now, let's break it down. Hey, Dylan, hello. Hey, Andy. Let's hug. Woo. Jason, I'm still working on selling the same couch. It's got 9 cum stains on it now. So it's coming along nicely, I guess. Hey, Matthew. Both. Good night and good morning. Hey, Audra. Break it all the way down. Woo! Break it up and break it down. Woo! All right. Oh, Laura Elizabeth, I love you too. Beatboxing angel, yeah. Wow, somebody sent me this crystal. Crystal sent me this crystal. Where is it? Hiding. This one right here. Dang it. Let's see, now what? Oh, I'm surviving. How's you, Jason? Oh, Zach, I have to get my auction hat on. Hang on. Let me get this set up first, then we'll proceed to the auction. Dang it. The ceremonial placing of the Barbies now commenced. All right. At the end of the show, I do at the end of the show, Lacey. The Anticlimax. It's usually in the last 5 minutes of the show. I've taken 691 pills. Well, 690. Tonight will be 691 live. Let's see. We're getting there. We'll get to the couch, Tasha. Don't worry. Is there the other hip or other knee? Zachary's familiar with the couch. Tasha, you're not new. Silly. Laura's new. Everybody's new. And you're all here to buy couches. I hope it goes smoothly, Jeff. Oh! Woo! All right. Now. Where's my trolley? Dang it to heck, where's my trolley? Let's see. We're getting somewhere here. Oh yeah, I think it'll go up. The value will go up exponentially after the 10th day, I'm sure. All right. Let's see. We're getting there. We're getting somewhere here. tile here. Hey. We got several Gumbies, Lauren. 1 Gumby, 2 Gumbies, 3 Gumbies. Hey, Melissa. He was here last night. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Let's see. Alright, now we just need a candle. Bananas! Woo! Let's see, one of the bananas is blocked here. Oh, Jesus said blocking it too. That banana down here too.
Hill 691.
Hey, hey. Go Gadget mini fireplace. Is this your first time here, Lauren? Lauren Gonzo Ravello. All right. Communion. Oh. How could I forget a name like Gonzo? I love your middle name. Ron's got it memorized. Dang it. Woo! All right. Communion time. Hi, Millie. Hey, John Doe. Yes, you bet. Naomi, we love you. Naomi, we love you. Did you think I was a computer simulation? Dang it. What does that mean I'm not real? Woo! Johnny 5 is alive! I thought I would have remembered you, Laura. Thanks for commenting. I'll get you a shout out then next. Juanita, hello. Oh, well, that's not fun, Courtney. Whether it's never fun to have to be in the hospital, regardless if it's for yourself or someone else. Hope everything's okay. Well. I don't know about my donuts. What can I tell you? What can I tell you about my donuts? I don't have any. I'm out of donuts. Lauren Gonzo Ravello. Hey, Karen Kevin Cruz. Lauren Gonzo Ravello, we love you. Lauren Gonzo Ravello, we love you. Dang it. I don't know what to do now. Just kind of struggling to keep it together. Dang it. Got the show up and ready to go, though. Here we go. Dang it. I need to get another book to read. Dang it. I just don't know what. Maybe we should read a couple more Poe stories tonight. Want me to make more potatoes? I could. Oh, I don't know. The toys weren't that expensive, really. We just read 1984. Dang it. We read a lot of my favorite books. But yeah, I think we might read some more Poe stories tonight. Maybe some that I haven't read before. That'd be kind of fun. Boy, the thunder is pretty intense. Sounds pretty good, Nancy. Potatoes, mushrooms, onions, cheese, and vegan sausage. Where are you at, Nancy Drew? Someplace dry, it sounds like. Dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it. Oh yeah, I do. I think Laura always moves all my shit down in the basement. Most of my costumes and stuff get moved down there. They're down there. Oh, thanks. It's all right, Rod. It's all right. Take a break. Take a break. Allergic to mushrooms. That's not good. I like it when you're riding in your car and British radio is playing. I think you're. A lot of times I have. Sometimes if I'm in my car, yeah, I guess I. I'm just usually scratching. So it's moved from Wisconsin to California. Alright, don't eat the mushrooms under oak trees. Sometimes I listen to MSNBC. I like hallucinogenic mushrooms a lot. Dang it, dang it. The other kind of mushrooms, I can take them or leave them. I like deep fried mushrooms. If they have the right kind of breading. I really like the kind that have the breading that's real smooth. Like there's some you get them at restaurants and they have like crumbly crumbles, like they're like granular breading. But deep fried ones are like, or the other kind that have like real smooth, glossy kind of breading. I don't know the difference exactly. I can't even tell you where to get some, what kind I like. Yeah, I don't know, that's not what it's called. But it's like, there's some that have like a real just smooth kind of breading. I don't know what it is, it's just crumblier. That sounds more like what I like, Nancy. The pancake butter, dipped in tempura batter. Two single grains. I don't think I like pastrami. I have no idea what we're talking about right now. Hey, Rams Killer. But I prefer hallucinogenic mushrooms over any kind of breaded mushrooms. Alright. Where's the beef? Hey. Maybe I'll have another glass of orange juice. do like breaded mushrooms though. Great kind. I do. That's what we're talking about, right? Yes, they're yummy. Alright, here we go. Orange juice. Hey, Alex Standing Bear. I'm getting new words of the day because Angel reminded me. Yay for mushrooms. Well, thank you, Ron. Oh. Let's see. The first new word of the day is, oh, kiss. Kiss. And lick. Kiss and lick. Woo. Those are the things I do, Ron. I kiss and lick. Dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it. All right. For potatoes. Nancy wants those potatoes made. The lick. I think the lick came first. All right, all right. I think people make teas out of them. I don't know though. When I get a chance to have them, I usually, a friend taught me to do this. I put lemon juice over them and let soak for 15 minutes. And break them up into pieces and then put lemon juice. And then these magic mushrooms, when they're dry, they can like stick to your mouth and like, it's like, you can't really swallow it really quickly. But after you start, like almost like get partially digested a little bit with the lemon juice, and you just like stick them on your tongue and you just swallow them with like juice or something, and they just go down real slick like. Hey Sal, hey Rick. That's some wicked thunder. It's the future history of anachronism, Ron. I always premedicate whenever I'm tripping. Whenever I'm tripping, I premedicate with an antiemetic, and the compazine or something like that. Thank you, thank you. More of a hot air balloon, I guess, but I do like me some dirigibles too. No, I haven't tripped for a while now. I don't really have a lot of access. Try to give you a little advance warning before the next one. More and more. More and more acceptance to the fact that there's therapeutic value to some of these stigmatized substances. I hope so. I hope so, Ron. That'd be fun. No pulp. No pulp. I'm seeing if Laura's bringing home food. Indeed, Matt. Crush them into a fine powder and snort them up your nose. Stigmas. All right. August 9th, 2019. Woo. That sounds about right. Sometimes Laura will bring food home from where she works. Otherwise, maybe I'll make some potatoes. Tomato sandwich. Oh, I don't know about that. Ooh, ah, 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 ooh. Right. No pizza. Don't send me pizza. No, no. Some of you did once send me a submarine sandwich, though. That was nice. Yikes. That's no fun, Brenda. Stay safe. Alright, now we're gonna crank it and 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 crank 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 crank. No, don't. No. Just a breathless moment now. The violin will sound. I'll hold you close, and this is how I'll dance you into my heart. I'll dance you up, I'll dance you down. We'll dance the night away. I'll dance you to the end of time and to the brink of day. I'll see you standing there with the star fall in your hair, and I'll ask you if you care. We'll go waltzing with me in the air, and we'll step into a magic spell and leave the earth below. I'll dance you to all fairly well and never let you go. Hey, Billy Joe. Billy Joe Bones. That's Sophie. That's Sophie. Hey, Mantani. Hello, hello. All right, all right. Time for a little communion. Now the camera's fixed. Oh, I want a zip line. That would be awesome. Or just a chair right here, a hanging chair, a swing. Hey, AJ. Cheers to you, Nancy. Laura's gonna be home soon. All the time, all the time. This is When I Grow Too Old to Dream by Rose Murphy. When I Grow Too Old to Dream. Sweet Billy Joe. Another way to commune together. Rose Murphy. Here's another song by her, Alex. That was When I Grow Too Old to Dream. This one is I Can't Give You Anything But Love. I Can't Give You Anything But Love by Rose Murphy. Give you anything but Bavalva Veg on the Reg, hello. I know, Rose Murphy. Let's shout out for Rose Murphy. You're welcome, Lauren. A rose by any other name may smell as sweet, but I don't know if a rose by any other name would sound as sweet. Another rose. Sweet. Rose Graham. Rose Graham wants to know, after this song, all shall be revealed. I'm in Wisconsin. Arshan, Momeni. Well, after Rose gets a shout out, you're going to get a shout out next, Arshan. Thank you. So Rose Graham wants to know what the show is about. Rose Graham, we love you! Rose Graham, Rose Graham, we love you! Woo! Welcome, Rose. Welcome, Arshan. Oh, Angel Kill. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Jason is a Social Scientist by Mouth Daily. Pill number 691. Some of you might be wondering what the show is about. People often wonder what the show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication live on the Book of Face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. After 691 pills, 691 shows, a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me their most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show, the community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell. Boy does she knell. Hell, I mean heck. This show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment, with Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcasts on record and cylinders played on a 19th century Edison home phonograph, along with the nursery rhyme book from my childhood containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also the Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I call the Rainbow Tunnel, in which I harnessed the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warp nacelles, creating a static warp bubble and a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse, and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber, created by me, that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand, as this is advanced social science. Yeah, so the show's also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes and a measure of Mork and Mindy, a dash of Mr. Ed, and 2 doses of Alice in Wonderland, a helping of Hee Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, a tincture of Teen Wolf, an ounce of Oz, a cup of Creep Show and Cast Away, a quart of Quantum Leap and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show and a 4-hour tour. Piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse, a pinch of Peter Pan, a pound of Popeye, I am what I am, a whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. Ha ha. Come up to the lab and see what's on the slab. I can see you shiver with Arshawn Momeni, we love you! Arshawn Momeni, we love you! Arshawn Momeni, we love patient. Aurora Sibley, we can do you soon. Sure. Touch me. I wanna be dirty. Thrill me and chill me. Fill me. Creature of the night. An undone Benjamin Button. A corny ear of Dumbo. A college try of I Spy. A couple of raw strokes of Bob Ross. A spoonful of Mary Poppins and the full Monty Python. Finally, lumping Rick and Morty with a liter of I Love Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, and wham bam, thank you ma'am. You've got the show. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including and especially me. You're welcome, Arshawn. You're very welcome. Including and especially me. Alice will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her I-5s the first. On the second coming will always be risen, with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies, the Supermen, and their boners will always be spinsters and sumptuouses working the sweatshop, the Twin Towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV. Pigs will fly. Disco and dance will reign. Like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it'd be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP. pre-exposure protocol? The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals U. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long and never catch HIV from me. It's a brave new world. The future is now, and it's 1969. Free love. Woo! All right. Hey, Isaac. That's the show in a fairly large nutshell. I think I saw one during The Purge or American Horror Story or something. Hey, Isaac. Thundercat. Wait, Thundercats, ho! Yes. I've seen it before. I've seen it. My wife's home. I can't wait to see it, Isaac. Post a picture on Dang Nation. Custard donut. Yeah. How was work?
Okay, I was kind of busy with that.
Donut.
Jason, don't you think Jack needs to take his pictures over with his hair?
I have to see him.
Yeah, I want them both to.
Alex's tie looks funny.
What?
Alex's tie looks funny.
Oh, really? They smile. It's kind of cheesy, but that's okay. I didn't notice his tie.
Everybody loves you, Laura.
I have to get that. Look at that. Have you fed her recently?
She had food in her bowl earlier.
Oh, okay, like when was earlier?
Well, the kids went to bed. I don't know.
How many times did you feed her today?
I think she just had food in her bowl. So.
Oh, so she probably needs a little bit because that was from yesterday and that wasn't much. I'll just give her a little bit. I have to do their permission slips, but I'll do them later. Oh, hey, when you put stuff on here though, do you not want to get the carnivorous plants?
Okay, yeah, sorry.
What?
Yeah, sorry.
It's okay. Let me get those started. Water and butter.
$147. Laura has a long commute. Over an hour to commute, so. Hello, Amanda. Hello. It's about time to order new pills. Ain't the heck. No, Gray, no refills left. It's gonna be a hassle because I still have prescription coverage, but I don't have health insurance coverage, so this prescription should be okay, but my doctor's gonna be like, the nurse was like real strict about it. Wow. Sometimes I do the short shows when I'm feeling too depressed to I get up here and stand up here for 4 hours. This time, I don't know, like there's times when I'm just feeling down. It was hard recently too with all the stress. I'm getting past it. I go like, oh, just the conflict of the drama with people here. but for the most part, you know, obviously it's, I get a lot out of doing it, otherwise I wouldn't do it. All right, Arshad, thank you for being here. All right. Thank you, sir. What's this airsoft competition? Is that like paintball gun? Looks painful. I see the bruises people get. Yes. The bells, bows, and other people. Oh, that's not drama. I mean, it's not like, it's not conflict, at least. It's not conflict between me and you. Yes! Thank you, Jenny, for real. Mike should be asleep, but I've trapped him here. This is the Hotel California. This is the Roach Motel. You can check in, but you can't check out. What's wrong, Mantani? Hugs. Big old hugs. Woo! I think you need a bath. I need a bath soon, I know that. Dang it, the heck. Osiris. On October 7th, that's coming up, Angel. Amanda's birthday's on Wednesday. Dang it. Dang it. Sounds painful. I had a donut appear before me. It was pretty good. Laura brought home donuts. None of them had a hole. None of these donuts even had a hole. So they're really even donuts. These are existential questions. Okay, AJ. Laura? Maybe I'll have to work on that. Oh, I don't know. So like if I just keep going in a straight line, eventually come back to the point that I'm in. Yeah, in the bedroom there. To what the one with the sled comfort in it. Yeah. dang it, dang it. You have an awesome time. She's done lots of different kinds of nursing. She did a year of psych, but it's not. It was a long time ago. Not what she does anymore. That's not how we met. We met while we were both still in nursing school. Well, I met her before I was even in nursing school. We were both nursing assistants. Dang it, dang it, dang it.
Archon Momenti, we love you! Archon Momenti, we love you! Archon Momenti, we love you!
Swaftina. I'm sorry. I was never far. I'd never gone far. Oh, I think I'm gonna be okay. Gonna cook up these potatoes. Alright, we've got 7 potatoes to bake. Well, at least you had a good time. At least you had a good time. Yeah, you saying that you also had a good time when I left? I'm not taking it personally. Even if I should, I won't. Alright, time to wash these potatoes. potatoes are washed. Now you just gotta poke holes in them. Alright, now the potatoes have holes poked in them, and they're soaking. I'm going to get the oven preheated. To 425. cookie sheet. Let's see. Some tin foil. These are the last of the potatoes too. I'm gonna have to get some more potatoes and some more tin foil. Seven. All right. Potatoes are all wrapped in foil. The oven's almost preheated. I made this many last night. I made 8 last night, actually. I went through them already. Day and a half. It's a lot of potatoes I'm eating. Oh, I'm having a hard time here. Alright. We're at 410. It's got to get up to 425. Now the potatoes go in. For an hour and 45 minutes. On convect bake. Set an alarm for 1 hour and 45 minutes from now.
Your alarm is set for 4:22 later today.
Potatoes will be done right at 420. dang it, right at the end of the show. A lot of things will be happening. Alright. Alright. I'm almost ready for a short nap. Ugh. Yeah, breakfast, dinner, whatever you want to call it. Oh, hi Ross. New politics. I don't know. I'm tired. Dang it, all the heck. Oh no. I do what I like, Stanfield. I do what I like. Lovely. Oh, thank you, Tina. Oh, you missed it earlier, Mama G. That's cool, Angel. What are you excited about, Tina? Dang it, Dag. I wasn't far away. I wasn't far away. Oh. Edgar Allan Poe had the same middle name as me. Or I have the same middle name as him. Let's read The Black Cat by Edgar Allan Poe. I don't know this one. I am sleepy. For the most wild, yet most homely narrative which I am about to pen, I neither expect nor solicit belief. Mad indeed would I be to expect it, in a case where my very senses reject their own evidence. Yet, mad am I not, and very surely do I not dream. But tomorrow I die, and today I would unburthen my soul. My immediate purpose is to place before the world plainly, succinctly, and without comment a series of mere household events. In their consequences, these events have terrified, have tortured, have destroyed me. Yet I will not attempt to expound them. To me, they have presented little but horror. To many they will seem less terrible than Baroque's. Hereafter, perhaps, some intellect may be found, which will reduce my phantasm to the commonplace. Some intellect more calm, more logical, and far less excitable than my own, which will perceive, in the circumstances I deal with awe, nothing more than an ordinary succession of very natural causes and effects. From my infancy I was noted for the docility and humanity of my disposition. My tenderness of heart was even so conspicuous as to make me the jest of my companions. I was especially fond of animals and was indulged by my parents with a great variety of pets. With these I spent most of my time, and never was so happy as when feeding and caressing them. This peculiarity of character grew with my growth, and in my manhood I derived from it one of my principal sources of pleasure. To those who have cherished an affection for a faithful and sagacious dog, I need hardly be at the trouble of explaining the nature or intensity of the gratification thus derivable. There is something in the unselfish and self-sacrificing love of a brute which goes directly to the heart of him who has had frequent occasion to test the paltry friendship and gossamer fidelity of mere man. I married early and was happy to find in my own wife a disposition not uncongenial with my own. Observing my partiality for domestic pets, she lost no opportunity of procuring those of the most agreeable kind. We had birds, goldfish, a fine dog, rabbits, a small monkey, and a cat. This latter was remarkably large and beautiful animal, entirely large and sagacious to an astonishing degree. I think that meant, discerning. What did that mean again? We looked it up last night. Having her showing acute mental discernment and keen practical sense. Shrewd. In speaking of his intelligence, my wife, who at heart was not a little tinctured with superstition, made frequent allusion to the ancient popular notion, which regarded all black cats as witches in disguise. Not that she was ever serious upon this point, and I mention the matter at all for no better reason than it happens just now to be remembered. Pluto. This was the cat's name, and was my favorite pet and playmate. I alone fed him, and he attended me wherever I went about the house. It was even with difficulty that I would prevent him from following me through the streets. Our friendship lasted in this manner for several years, during which my general temperament and character, through the instrumentality of the fiend intemperance, had, I blush to confess it, experienced a radical alteration for the worse. I grew day by day more moody, more irritable, more regardless of the feelings of others. I suffered myself to use intemperate language to my wife. At length, I even offered her personal violence. My pets, of course, were made to feel the change in my disposition. I not only neglected but ill-used them. For Pluto, however, I still retained sufficient regard to restrain me from maltreating him, as I made no scruple of maltreating the rabbits, the monkey, or even the dog, when by accident or through affection they came in my way. But my disease grew upon me, for what disease is like alcohol? And at length, even Pluto, who was now becoming old and consequently somewhat peevish, even Pluto began to experience the effects of my ill temper. One night, returning home much intoxicated from one of my haunts about town, I fancied that the cat avoided my presence. I seized him, when in his fright at my violence he inflicted a slight wound upon my hand with his teeth. The fury of a demon instantly possessed me. I knew myself no longer. My original soul seemed at once to take its flight from my body, and a more than a fiendish malevolence, gin-nurtured, thrilled every fiber of my frame. I took from my waistcoat pocket a penknife, opened it, grasped the poor beast by the throat, and deliberately cut out one of its eyes from the socket. I blush, I burn, I shudder while I pen the damnable atrocity. When reason returned with the morning, when I had supped off the fumes of the night's debauch, I experienced a sentiment half of horror, half of remorse, for the crime of which I had been guilty. But it was, at best, a feeble and equivocal feeling, and the soul remained untouched. I again plunged into excess, and soon drowned in wine all memory of the deed. In the meantime, the cat slowly recovered. The socket of the lost eye presented, it is true, a frightful appearance, but he no longer appeared to suffer any pain. He went about the house as usual, but, as might be expected, fled in extreme terror at my approach. I had so much of my old heart left as to be at first grieved by this evident dislike on the part of a creature which had once so loved me. But this feeling soon gave place to irritation, and then came, as if to my final and irrevocable overthrow, this spirit of perverseness. Of this spirit philosophy takes no account. Yet I am not more sure that my soul lives than I am that perverseness is one of the primitive impulses of the human heart, one of the indivisible primary faculties or sentiments which give direction to the character of man. Who has not 100 times found himself committing a vile or a silly action for no other reason than because he knows he should not? Have we not a perpetual inclination, in the teeth of our best judgment, to violate that which is law, merely because we understand it to be such? The spirit of perverseness, I say, came to my final overthrow. It was this unfathomable longing of the soul to vex itself, to offer violence to its own nature, to do wrong for the wrong's sake only, that urged me to continue and finally to consummate the injury I inflicted upon the unoffending brute. One morning, in cold blood, I slipped a noose about its neck and hung it from the limb of a tree. Hung it with the tears streaming from my eyes and with the bitterest remorse at my heart. Hung it because I knew that it had loved me, and because I felt it had given me no reason of offense. Hung it because I knew that in so doing I was committing a sin, a deadly sin that would so jeopardize my immortal soul as to place it, if such a thing were possible, even beyond the reach of the infinite mercy of the most merciful and most terrible God. This is a crazy story. On the night of the day on which this cruel deed was done, I was aroused from sleep by the cry of fire. The curtains of my bed were in flames. The whole house was blazing. It was with great difficulty that my wife, a servant, and myself made our escape from the conflagration. The destruction was complete. My entire worldly wealth was swallowed up, and I resigned myself thenceforward to despair. I am above the weakness of seeking to establish a sequence of cause and effect between the disaster and the atrocity, but I am detailing a chain of facts and wish not to leave even a possible link imperfect. On the day succeeding the fire, I visited the ruins. The walls, with one exception, had fallen in. This exception was found in a compartment wall, not very thick, which stood about the middle of the house, and against which had rested the head of my bed. The plastering had here, in great measure, resisted the action of the fire, a fact which I attributed to its having been recently spread. About this wall a dense crowd were collected, and many persons seemed to be examining a particular portion of it with very minute and eager attention. The words strange, singular, and other similar expressions excited my curiosity. I approached and saw, as if graven in bas-relief upon the white surface, the figure of a gigantic cat. The impression was perfect, with accuracy truly marvelous. There was a rope about the animal's neck. When I first beheld the apparition, for I could scarcely regard it as less, my wonder and my terror were extreme. But at length reflection came to my aid. The cat, I remembered, had been hung in a garden adjacent to the house. Upon the alarm of fire, this garden had been immediately filled by the crowd, by some of whom the animal must have been cut from the tree and thrown through an open window and into my chamber. This had probably been done within the view of arousing me from sleep. The falling of other walls had compressed the victim of my cruelty into the substance of the freshly spread plaster, the lime of which, with the flames and the ammonia from the carcass, had then accomplished the portraiture as I saw it. Although I thus readily accounted to my reason, if not altogether to my conscience, for the startling fact just detailed, it did not the less fail to make a deep impression upon my fancy. For months I could not rid myself of the phantasm of the cat, and during this period there came back into my spirit a half sentiment that seemed, but was not, remorse. I went so far as to regret the loss of the animal, and to look about me among the vile haunts which I now habitually frequented for another pet of the same species, and of somewhat similar appearance, with which to supply its place. One night, as I sat, half stupefied in a den of more than infamy, my attention was suddenly drawn to some black object reposing upon the head of the immense hogshead of gin, or of rum, which constituted the chief furniture of the apartment. I had been looking steadily at the top of the hogshead for some minutes, and what now caused me surprise was the fact that I had not sooner perceived the object thereupon. I approached it and touched it with my hand. It was a black cat, a very large one, fully as large as Pluto, and closely resembling him in every respect but one. Pluto had not a white hair upon any portion of his body, but this cat had a large, although indefinite, splotch of white covering nearly the whole region of the breast. Upon my touching him, he immediately arose, purred loudly, rubbed against my hand, and then appeared delighted with my notice. This, then, was the very creature of which I was in search. I at once offered to purchase it of the landlord, but this person made no claim to it, knew nothing of it, had never seen it before. I continued my caresses, and then when I prepared to go home, the animal evinced a disposition to accompany me. I permitted it to do so, occasionally stooping and patting it as I proceeded. When it reached the house, it domesticated itself at once and became immediately a great favorite with my wife. For my own part, I soon found a dislike to it arising within me. This was just the reverse of what I anticipated, but I know not how or why it was. Its evident fondness for myself rather disgusted and annoyed. By slow degrees, these feelings of disgust and annoyance rose into the bitterness of hatred. I avoided the creature, a certain sense of shame and the remembrance of my former deed of cruelty preventing me from physically abusing it. I did not, for some weeks, strike or otherwise violently ill-use it. But gradually, very gradually, I came to look upon it with unutterable loathing, and to flee silently from its odious presence as from the breath of a pestilence. What added, no doubt, to my hatred of the beast was the discovery on the morning after I brought it home that, like Pluto, it had been deprived of one of its eyes. This circumstance, however, only endeared it to my wife, who, as I have already said, possessed in a high degree that humanity of feeling which had once been my distinguishing trait, and the source of many of my simplest and purest pleasures. With my aversion to this cat, however, its partiality for myself seemed to increase. It followed my footsteps with a pertinacity which it would be difficult to make the reader comprehend. Whenever I sat, it would crouch beneath my chair or spring upon my knees, covering me with its loathsome caresses. If I arose to walk, it would get between my feet and thus nearly throw me down, or, fastening its long and sharp claws into my dress, clamber in this manner to my breast. At such times, although I longed to destroy it with a blow, I was yet withheld from doing so, partly by a memory of my former crime, but chiefly, let me confess it at once, by absolute dread of the beast. This dread was not exactly a dread of physical evil, and yet I should be at a loss how otherwise to define it. I am almost ashamed to own, yes, even in this felon's cell, I am almost ashamed to own that the terror and horror with which the animal inspired me, had been heightened by one of the merest chimeras. It would be possible to conceive. It's not even a full word. It's CHIM question mark RAS. It would be possible to conceive. My wife had called my attention more than once to the character of the mark of white hair of which I have spoken, and which constituted the sole visible difference between the strange beast and the one I had destroyed. The reader will remember that this mark, although large, had originally been very indefinite, but by slow degrees nearly imperceptible, and for a long time my reason struggled to reject as fanciful. It had at length assumed a rigorous distinctness of outline. It was now the representation of an object that I shudder to name, and for this, above all, I loathed and dreaded. I would have to rid myself of the monster had I dared. It was now, I say, the image of a hideous and ghastly thing, of the gallows. Oh, mournful and terrible engine of horror and of crime, of agony and of death. And now was I indeed wretched beyond the wretchedness of mere humanity, and a brute beast, whose fellow I had contemptuously destroyed, a brute beast to work out for me a man, fashioned in the image of the high God. So much of insufferable woe. Alas, neither by day nor by night knew I the blessing of rest any more. During the former, the creature left me no moment alone, and in the latter I started hourly from dreams of unutterable fear to find the hot breath of the thing upon my face, and its vast weight, an incarnate nightmare that I had no power to shake off, incumbent internally upon my heart. Beneath the pressure of torments such as these, the feeble remnant of the good within me succumbed. Evil thoughts became my sole intimates, the darkest and most evil of thoughts. The moodiness of my usual temper increased to hatred of all things and of all mankind, while from the sudden, frequent, and unforgivable outbursts of a fury to which I now blindly abandoned myself, my uncomplaining wife, alas, was the more usual and the more patient of sufferers. One day she accompanied me upon some household errand into the cellar of the old building which our poverty compelled us to inhabit. The cat followed me down to the steep stairs, and nearly throwing me headlong, exasperated me to madness. Uplifting an axe, and forgetting in my wrath the childish dread which had hitherto stayed my hand, I aimed a blow at the animal, which of course would have proved instantly fatal had it descended as I wished. But this blow was arrested by the hand of my wife. Goaded by the interference into rage more than demoniacal, I withdrew my arm from her grasp and buried the axe into her brain. She fell dead upon the spot without a groan. This hideous murder accomplished, I set myself forthwith, and with entire deliberation, to the task of concealing the body. I knew that I could not remove it from the house, either by day or by night, without the risk of being observed by the neighbors. Many projects entered my mind, and at one period I thought of cutting the corpse into minute fragments and destroying them by fire. At another I resolved to dig a grave for it in the floor of the cellar. Again I deliberated about casting it into the well in the yard, about packing it in a box as if merchandise, with the usual arrangements, and so getting a porter to take it from the house. Finally, I hit upon what I considered a far better expedient than either of these. I determined to wall it up in the cellar, as the monks of the Middle Ages are recorded to have walled up their victims. For a purpose such as the cellar was well adapted. Its walls were loosely constructed and had lately been plastered throughout with a rough plaster, which the dampness of the atmosphere had prevented from hardening. Moreover, in one of the walls was a projection, caused by a false chimney or fireplace that had been filled up and made to resemble the rest of the cellar. I made no doubt that I could readily displace the bricks at this point, insert the corpse, and wall the whole up as before, so that no eye could detect anything suspicious. And in this calculation I was not deceived. By means of a crowbar I easily dislodged the bricks, and having carefully deposited the body against the inner wall, I propped it in that position, while, with little trouble, I relaid the whole structure as it originally stood. Having procured mortar, sand, and hair with every possible precaution, I prepared a plaster which could not be distinguished from the old, and with this I very carefully went over the new brickwork. When I had finished, I felt satisfied that all was right. The wall did not present the slightest appearance of having been disturbed. The rubbish on the floor was picked up with the minutest care. I looked around triumphantly and said to myself, here at least, then, my labor has not been in vain. My next step was to look for the beast which had been the cause of so much wretchedness, for I had, at length, firmly resolved to put it to death. Had I been able to meet with it at the moment, there could have been no doubt of its fate, but it appeared that the crafty animal had been alarmed at the violence of my previous anger and forbore to present itself in my present mood. It is impossible to describe or to imagine the blissful sense of relief which the absence of the detested creature occasioned in my bosom. It did not make its appearance during the night, and thus, for one night at least, since its introduction into the house, I soundly and tranquilly slept. I slept even with the burden of murder upon my soul. The second and third day passed, and still my tormentor came not. Once again I breathed as a free man. The monster, in terror, had fled the premises forever. I should behold it no more. My happiness was supreme. The guilt of my dark deed disturbed me but little. Some few inquiries had been made, but these had been readily answered. Even a search had been instituted, but of course nothing was to be discovered. I looked upon my future felicity as secured. Upon the fourth day of the assassination, a party of police came very unexpectedly into the house and proceeded to make rigorous investigation of the premises. Secure, however, in the inscrutability of the place of concealment, I felt no embarrassment whatever. The officers bade me accompany me in their search. They left no nook or corner unexplored. At length, for the third or fourth time, they descended into the cellar. I quivered, not in a muscle. My heart beat calmly as that of one who slumbers in innocence. I walked the cellar from end to end. I folded my arms upon my bosom and roamed easily to and fro. The police were thoroughly satisfied and prepared to depart. The glee at my heart was too strong to be restrained, and I burned to say, if but one word, of triumph, and to render doubly sure their assurance of my guiltlessness. Gentlemen, I said at last, as the party descended the steps, I delight to have allayed your suspicions. I wish you all health and a little more courtesy. By the by, gentlemen, this is a very well-constructed house. When the rabbit desired to say something easily, I scarcely knew what I uttered at all. I may say an excellently well-constructed house. These walls are, you going gentlemen, these walls are solidly put together. And here, though the mere frenzy of bravado, I rapped heavily with a crane, which I held in my hand, upon the very force of the brickwork behind which stood the corpse of my wife, my bosom. But may God shield and deliver me from the fangs of Archfiend. No sooner had the reverberation of my blows sunk into silence than I was answered by a voice from within the tomb. By a cry at first muffled and broken, like the sobbing of a child, then quickly swelling into one long, loud, continuous scream, utterly anomalous and inhuman, a howl, a wailing, a shriek, half of horror, half of triumph, such as might have arisen only out of hell, conjointly from the throats of the damned in their agony, of the demons that exult in damnation. Of my own thoughts it is folly to speak. Swooning, I staggered to the opposite wall. For one instant the party upon the stairs remained motionless, though through extremity of terror and of awe, and the next a dozen stout arms were toiling at the wall. It fell bodily. The corpse, already greatly decayed and clotted with gore, stood erect before the eyes of the spectators. Upon its head, with red extended mouth and solitary eye of fire, sat the hideous beast whose craft had seduced me into murder, and whose informing voice had consigned me to the hangman. I had walled the monster up within the tomb. The end. That's The Black Cat by Edgar Allan Poe. I know you're okay, Brad. This is the cask of Amontillado. Cask of Amontillado. No, we finished 1984, Tracy. This is that last one was The Black Cat by Edgar Allan Poe. And this is the cask of Amontillado, but also by Edgar Allan Poe. I don't know if I want to read that one. Let's try The Devil in the Belfry. The Devil in the Belfry. Everybody knows, in a general way, that the finest place in the world is, or alas was, the Dutch borough of Vondervottematus. Yes, as it lies some distance from any of the main roads, being in a somewhat out-of-the-way situation. There are perhaps very few of my readers who have ever paid it a visit. For the benefit of those who have not, therefore, it will be only proper that I should enter into some account of it, and this is indeed the more necessary, as with the hope of enlisting public sympathy in behalf of the inhabitants, I design here to give a history of the calamitous events which have so lately occurred within its limits. No one who knows me will doubt that the duty thus self-imposed will be executed to the best of my ability, with all that rigid impartiality, all that cautious examination into facts, and diligent collation of authorities, which should ever distinguish him who aspires to the title of historian. By the united aid of medals, manuscripts, and inscriptions, I am enabled to say positively that the borough of Vondervodamytitis has existed from its origin in precisely the same condition which it at present preserves. Of the date of this origin, however, I grieve that I can only speak with the species of definiteness which mathematicians are at times forced to put up with certain algebraic formulae. The date, I may thus say, in regard to the remoteness of its antiquity, cannot be less than any assignable quantity whatsoever. Touching the derivation of the name Vondervitamus, I confess myself with sorrow equally at fault. Among a multitude of opinions upon this delicate point, some acute, some learned, some sufficiently the reverse, I am able to select nothing which ought to be considered satisfactory. Perhaps the idea Grogswig, nearly coincident with that of Crotaplenty, is to be cautiously preferred. It runs Vatervitamus, Vonderlegdonder, Vadamitis quasi und Blitzitz Absol pro Blitzen. This derivative, to say the truth, is still continuanced by some traces of the electric fluid evident on the summit of the steeple of the house of the town council. I do not choose, however, to commit myself on a theme of such importance, and must refer the readers desirous of information to the Orchiculae de Rebus Praterveritis of Dungerguts. See also Blunderbuzzard de Derivabantis, page 27 to 5010. Folio Gothic edit, red and black character, catchword, and no cipher, wherein consult also marginal notes in the autograph Stuffenpuff, with the sub-commentaries of Grununto Guzzle. Notwithstanding the obscurity which thus envelops the date of the foundation of Vondervitamus and the derivation of its name, there can be no doubt, as I said before, that it has always existed as we find it at this epoch. The oldest man in the borough can remember not the slightest difference in the appearance of any portion of it, and indeed the very suggestion of such a possibility is considered an insult. The site of the village is in a very perfectly circular valley, about a quarter of a mile in circumference, and entirely surrounded by gentle hills, over whose summit the people have never yet ventured to pass. For this they assign the very good reason that they do not believe there is anything at all on the other side. Round the skirts of the valley, which is quite level and paved throughout with flat tiles, extends a continuous row of 60 little houses. These, having their backs on the hills, must look, of course, to the center of the plain, which is just 60 yards from the front door of each dwelling. Every house has a small garden before it with a circular path, a sundial, and 24 cabbages. The buildings themselves are so precisely alike that no one can in no manner be distinguished from the other. Owing to the vast antiquity, the style of the architecture is somewhat odd, but it is not for that reason the less strikingly picturesque. They are fashioned of hard-burned little bricks, red, with black ends, so that the walls look like a chessboard upon a great scale. The gables are turned to the front, and there are cornices as big as all the rest of the house. Over the eaves and over the main doors, the windows are narrow and deep, with very tiny panes and a great deal of sash. On the roof is a vast quantity of tiles, with long curly ears. The woodwork throughout is of a dark hue, and there is much carving about it, with but a trifling variety of pattern, for, time out of mind, the carvers of Vondervitamus have never been able to carve more than two objects, a timepiece and a cabbage. But these they do exceedingly well, and intersperse them with singular ingenuity wherever they find room for the chisel. The dwellings are as much alike inside as out, and the furniture is all upon one plan. The floors are of square tiles, the chairs and tables of black-looking wood with thin, crooked legs and puppy feet. The mantelpieces are wide and high, and have not only timepieces and cabbages sculptured over the front, but a real timepiece, which makes a prodigious ticking on the top in the middle, with a flower pot containing a cabbage, standing on each extremity by way of outrider. Between each cabbage and the timepiece again is a little Chinaman, having a large stomach with a great round hole in it, through which is seen the dial plate of a watch. The fireplaces are large and deep, with a fierce, crooked-looking fire dogs. There is constantly a rousing fire and a huge pot over it, full of sauerkraut and pork, to which the good woman of the house is always busy in attending. She is a little fat old lady with blue eyes and a red face, and wears a huge cap like a sugar loaf, ornamented with purple and yellow ribbons. Her dress is of orange-colored linsey woolsey, made very full behind and very short in the waist, and indeed very short in other respects, not reaching below the middle of her leg. This is somewhat thick, and so are her ankles, but she has a fine pair of green stockings to cover them. Her shoes, of pink leather, are fastened each with a bunch of yellow ribbons puckered up in the shape of a cabbage. In her left hand she was a little heavy Dutch watch, in her right she wields a ladle for sauerkraut and pork. By her side there stands a fat tabby cat with a gilt toy repeater tied to its tail, which the boys have there fastened by way of a quiz. The boys themselves are all three of them in the garden tending the pig. They are each 2 feet in height. They have 3-cornered cocked hats, purple waistcoats reaching down to their thighs, buckskin knee breeches, red stockings, heavy shoes with big silver buckles, long shirt-out coats with large buttons of mother of pearl. Each two has a pipe in his mouth and a little dumpy watch in his right hand. He takes a puff and a look, and then a look and a puff. The pig, which is corpulent and lazy, is occupied now in picking up the stray leaves that fall from the cabbages, and now in giving a kick behind at the gilt repeater, which the urchins have also tied to his tail in order to make him look as handsome as the cat. Right at the front door, in the high-backed leather-bottomed armchair, with crooked legs and puppy feet like the tables, is seated the old man of the house himself. He is an exceedingly puffy little old gentleman with big circular eyes and a huge double chin. His dress resembles that of the boys, and I need say nothing farther about it. All the difference is that the pipe is somewhat bigger than theirs, and he can make a greater smoke. Like them, he has a watch, but he carries his watch in his pocket. To say the truth, he has something of more importance than a watch to attend to, and what that is, I shall presently explain. He sits with his right leg upon his left knee, wears a grave countenance, and always keeps one of his eyes, at least, resolutely bent upon a certain remarkable object in the center of the plain. This object is situated in the steeple of the house of the town council. The town council are all very little, round, oily, intelligent men with big saucer eyes and fat double chins, and of their coats much longer, and their shoe buckles much bigger than the ordinary inhabitants of Vondervitamus. Since my sojourn in the borough, they have had several special meetings and have adopted these important resolutions: that it is wrong to alter the good course of things, that there is nothing tolerable out of Vondervitamus, and that we will stick by our clocks and our cabbages. Above the session room of the council is the steeple, and in the steeple is the belfry, where exists, and has existed time out of mind, the pride and wonder of the village, the great clock of the borough of Vondervitamus. And this is the object to which the eyes of the old gentlemen are turned, who sit in leather-bottomed armchairs. The great clock has 7 faces, one in each of the 7 sides of the steeple, so that it can readily be seen from all quarters. Its faces are large and white, and its hands heavy and black. There is a belfry man whose sole duty is to attend to it. but this duty is the most perfect of sinecures. For the clock of Vondervitamus was never yet known to have anything the matter with it. Until lately, the bare supposition of such a thing was considered heretical. From the remotest period of antiquity to which the archives have reference, the hours have been regularly struck by the big bell, and indeed the case was just the same with all the other clocks and watches in the borough. Never was such a place for keeping the true time. When the large clapper thought proper to say 12 o'clock, all its obedient followers opened their throats simultaneously and responded like a very echo. In short, the good burghers were fond of their sauerkraut, but then they were proud of their clocks. All people who hold sinecure offices are held in more or less respect, and as the belfry-man of Vondervitamus has the most perfect of sinecures, he is the most perfectly respected of any man in the world. He is the chief dignitary of the borough, and the very pigs look up to him with a sentiment of reverence. His coat tail is very far longer, his pipe, his shoe buckles, his eyes, and his stomach very far bigger than those of any other old gentleman in the village, and as to his chin, it is not only double, but triple. I have thus painted the happy estate of Vondervitamus. Alas, that so fair a picture should ever experience a reverse. There has been long a saying amongst the wisest inhabitants that no good can come from over the hills, and it really seemed that the words had in them something of the spirit of prophecy. It wanted 5 minutes of noon on the day before yesterday, when there appeared a very odd-looking object at the summit of the ridge of the eastward. Such an occurrence, of course, attracted universal attention, and every little old gentleman who sat in the leather-bottomed armchair turned one of his eyes with a stare of dismay upon the phenomenon, still keeping the other upon the clock in the steeple. By the time that it wanted only 3 minutes to noon, the droll object in question was perceived to be a very diminutive, foreign-looking young man. He descended the hills at a great rate, so that everybody had soon a good look at him. He was really the most finicky little personage that had ever been seen in Vondervitamus. His countenance was of a dark snuff color, and he had a long hooked nose, pea eyes, a wide mouth, and an excellent set of teeth, which latter he seemed anxious of displaying, as he was grinning from ear to ear. What with mustachios and whiskers, there was none of the rest of his face to be seen. His head was uncovered, and his hair was neatly done up in papillotes. His dress was a tight-fitting, swallow-tailed black coat, from one of whose pockets dangled a vast length of white handkerchief. Black kerseymere knee breeches, black stockings, and stumpy-looking pumps with huge bunches of black satin ribbon for bows. Under one arm he carried a huge chapeau de bras, and under the other a fiddle nearly 5 times as big as himself. In his left hand was a gold snuff-box, from which, as he capered down the hill, cutting all manner of fantastic steps, he took snuff incessantly with an air of greatest possible self-satisfaction. God bless me! Here was a sight for the honest burghers of Vondervitamus. To speak plainly, the fellow had, in spite of his grinning, an audacious and sinister kind of face. And as he curvetted right into the village, the old stumpy appearance of his pumps excited no little suspicion, and many a burgher who beheld him that day would have given a trifle for a peep beneath that white cambric handkerchief which hung so obtrusively from the pocket of his swallow-tailed coat. But what mainly occasioned a righteous indignation was the scoundrelly popinjay. Maybe an old-fashioned term for a parrot, a dandy or foppish person, a shooting sport that can be performed with either rifles or archery equipment, a species of butterfly, a character in wild cards, a British indie pop band, or a character from Catch-22. I'm going to say it's either a dandy foppish person or a pair. I'm going to say the dandy foppish person. That the scoundrelly Popinjay, well, he cut a fandango here and a whirligig there, did not seem to have the remotest idea in the world of such a thing as keeping time in his steps. The good people of the borough had scarcely a chance, however, to get their eyes thoroughly open, when, just as it wanted half a minute of noon, the rascal bounced, as I say, right into the midst of them, gave a chasse here and a balance there, and then, after a pirouette and a pas de zigzag, pigeon-winged himself right up into the belfry of the house of the town council, where the wonder-stricken belfry man sat smoking in a state of dignity and dismay. But the little chap seized him at once by the nose, gave it a swing and a pull, clapped the big show de prod upon his head, knocked it down over his eyes and mouth, and then, lifting up the big fiddle, beat him with it so long and so soundly that, what the belfry man being so fat and the fiddle being so hollow, you would have sworn that there was a regiment of double bass drummers, all beating the devil's tattoo, up in the belfry of the steeple of Vondervitamus. There is no knowing to what desperate act of vengeance this unprincipled attack might have aroused the inhabitants, but for the important fact that it now wanted only half a second of noon, the bell was about to strike, and it was a matter of absolute and preeminent necessity that everybody should look at his watch. It was evident, however, that just at this moment the fellow in the steeple was doing something they had no business to do with the clock. But as it now began to strike, nobody had time to attend to his maneuvers, for they had all to count the strokes of the bell as it sounded. 1, said the clock. 1, echoed every little old gentleman, and every leather-bottomed chair in Vondervitamus. 1, said his watch, also. 1, said the watch of his vrouw. And 1, said the watches of the boy, and the little gilt repeaters on the tails of the cat and pig. 2, continued the big bell. Do, repeated all the repeaters. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, said the bell. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, answered the others. 11, said the big one. 11, assented the little ones. 12, said the bell. 12, they replied, perfectly satisfied in dropping their voices. On Delph it is, said the little old gentleman, putting up their watches. But the big bell had not done with them yet. 13, said he. Der Teufel, gasped the little old gentleman, turning pale, dropping their pipes and putting down all their right legs over their left knees. Der 12, groaned they. 13, mein God, it's 13 o'clock. Why attempt to describe the terrible scene which ensued? All Vondervitamus flew at once into a lamentable state of uproar. What is it come to mein Pelly? Roared all the boys. I've been hungry for this hour. What is come to mein kraut? Screamed all the vrouws. It's been done to rags for this hour. What is it come to mein pipe? Swore all the little old gentlemen. Donder and Blitzen, it's been smoked out for this hour. And they filled them up in a great rage, and sinking back in their armchairs, puffed away so fast and so fiercely that the whole valley was immediately filled with impenetrable smoke. Meantime, the cabbages all turned very red in the face, and it seemed as if old Nick himself had taken possession of everything in the shape of a timepiece. The clocks carved upon the furniture took to dancing, as if bewitched, while those upon the mantelpieces could scarcely contain themselves for fury, and kept such a continual striking of 13, and such a frisking and wriggling of their pendulums, it was really horrible to see. But worse than all, neither the cats nor the pigs could put up any longer with the behavior of the little repeaters tied to their tails, and resented it by scampering all over the place, scratching and poking and squeaking and screeching, and caterwauling and squalling and flying into the faces, and running under the petticoats of the people, and creating altogether the most abominable din and confusion which it is possible for a reasonable person to conceive. And to make matters still more distressing, the rascally little scapegoat in the steeple was evidently exerting himself to the utmost, Every now and then one might catch a glimpse of the scoundrel through the smoke. There he sat in the belfry upon the belfryman, who was lying flat upon his back. In his teeth the villain held the bell rope, which he kept jerking about with his head, raising such a clatter that my ears ring again even to think about it. On his lap lay the big fiddle at which he was scraping out of all time and tune with both hands, making a great show. The nincompoop of playing Judy O'Flanagan and Patty O'Frattery. Affairs being thus miserably situated, I left the place in disgust, and now appeal for aid to all lovers of correct time and fine kraut. Let us proceed in a body to the borough and restore the ancient order of things in Vondervitamus by ejecting that little fellow from the steeple. This is The Devil in the Belfry by Edgar Allan Poe. That's a goofy one. Oh, I don't know. If you feel like you should. Yeah, I liked it. It was cute. It was funny. Dang it. No, that's no fun, Mama G. Dang it. Alright, let's read another short story. I've heard of this one. I don't know if I've read it though. The Pit and the Pendulum. The Pit and the Pendulum by Edgar Allan Poe. I was sick unto death with that long agony, and when they at length unbound me, and I was permitted to sit, I felt that my senses were leaving me. The dread sentence of death, was the last of distinct accentuation which reached my ears. After that, the sound of the inquisitorial voices seemed merged in one dreamy, indeterminate hum. It conveyed to my soul the idea of revolution, perhaps from its association in fancy with the burr of a mill wheel. This only for a brief period, for presently I heard no more. Yet for a while I saw, but with how terrible an exaggeration, I saw the lips of the black-robed judges. They appeared to me white, whiter than the sheet upon which I traced these words, and thin, even to grotesqueness, thin with the intensity of their expression of firmness, of immovable resolution, of stern contempt of human torture. I saw that the decrees of what to me was fate were still issuing from those lips. I saw them writhe with a deadly locution. I saw them fashion the syllables of my name, and I shuddered because no sound succeeded. I saw, too, for a few moments of delirious horror, the soft and nearly imperceptible waving of the sable draperies which enwrapped the walls of the apartment, and then my vision fell upon the 7 tall candles upon the table. At first they wore the aspect of charity, and seemed white and slender, angels who would save me. But then, all at once, there came a most deadly nausea over my spirit, and I felt every fiber in my frame thrill as if I had touched the wire of a galvanic battery, while the angel forms became meaningless specters with the heads of flame, and I saw that from them there would be no help. And then there stole into my fancy, like a rich musical note, the thought of what sweet rest there must be in the grave. The thought came gently and stealthily, and it seemed long before it attained full appreciation. But just as my spirit came at length properly to feel and entertain it, the figures of the judges vanished, as if magically, from before me. The tall candles sank into nothingness, their flames went out utterly. The blackness of darkness supervened. All sensations appeared swallowed up in a mad, rushing descent, as of the soul into Hades. Then silence and stillness, night were the universe. I had swooned, but still will not say that all of consciousness was lost. What of it there remained I will not attempt to define, or even to describe. Yet all was not lost. In the deepest slumber, no. In delirium, no. In a swoon, no. In death, no. Even in the grave, all is not lost. Else there is no immortality for man. Arousing from the most profound of slumbers, we break the gossamer web of some dream. Yet, in a second afterward, so frail may that web have been, we remember not that we have dreamed. In the return to life from the swoon, there are 2 stages. First, that of the sense of mental or spiritual. Secondly, that of the sense of physical existence. It seems probable that if, upon reaching the second stage, we could recall the impressions of the first, we should find the impressions eloquent in memories of the gulf beyond. And that gulf is what? How at least shall we distinguish it from its shadows from those of the tomb? But if the impressions of what I have termed the first stage are not at will recalled, yet, after long interval, do they not come unbidden, while we marvel whence they come? He who has never swooned is not he who finds strange places, and widely familiar faces, and coals that glow. Is not he who beholds floating in mid-air the sad visions that many may not view? Is not he who ponders over the perfume of some novel flower? Is not he whose brain grows bewildered with the meaning of some musical cadence which has never been arrested his attention? Amid frequent and thoughtful endeavors to remember, amid earnest struggles to regather some token of the state of seeming nothingness into which my soul has lapsed, there have been moments which I have dreamed of success. There have been brief, very brief periods which I have conjured up remembrances, which the lucid reason of a later epoch assures me could have had reference only to that condition of seeming unconsciousness. These shadows of memory tell indistinctly of tall figures that lifted and bore me in silence down, down, still down, till a hideous dizziness oppressed me at the mere idea of interminableness of the descent. They tell also of vague horror at my heart, the account of that heart's unnatural stillness. Then comes a sudden sense of sudden motionlessness throughout all things, as if those who bore me, a ghastly train, had outrun in their descent the limits of the limitless, and paused from the wearisomeness of their toil. After this I call to mind flatness and dampness, and then all is madness, the madness of a memory which busies itself among forbidden things. Very suddenly there came back to my soul motion and sound, the tumultuousness motion of the heart, and in my ears the sound of its beating. Then a pause in which all is blank, then again sound and motion and touch, a tingling sensation pervading my frame. Then the mere consciousness of existence without thought, a condition which lasted long. Then very suddenly the thought and shuddering terror and earnest endeavor to comprehend my true state. Then a strong desire to lapse into insensibility. Then a rushing revival of soul and a successful effort to move. And now a full memory of the trial, of the judges, of the sable draperies, of the sentence, of the sickness, of the swoon. Then entire forgetfulness of all that followed, of all that a later day and much earnestness of endeavor have enabled me vaguely to recall. So far I had not opened my eyes. I felt that I lay upon my back unbound. I reached out my hand, and I felt heavily upon something damp and hard. Then I suffered it to remain for many minutes, while I strove to imagine where and what I could be. I longed, yet dared not to employ my vision. I dreaded the first glance at objects around me. It was not that I feared to look upon things horrible, but that I grew aghast lest there should be nothing to see. At length, with a wild desperation at heart, I quickly unclosed my eyes. My worst thoughts, then, were confirmed. The blackness of the internal night had encompassed me. I struggled for breath. The intensity of the darkness seemed to oppress and stifle me. The atmosphere was intolerably close. I still lay quietly and made effort to exercise my reason. I brought to mind the inquisitorial proceedings and attempted from the point to deduce my real condition. The sentence had passed, and it appeared to me that a very long interval of time had elapsed. Yet not for a moment did I suppose myself actually dead. Such a supposition, notwithstanding what we read in fiction, is altogether inconsistent with real existence. But where and in what state was I? The condemned to death, I knew, perished usually at the autos de fe, and one of those had been held on the very night of the day of my trial. Had I been remanded to my dungeon to await the next sacrifice, which would not take place for many months? This, I at once saw could not be. Victims had been in immediate demand. Moreover, my dungeon, as well as all the condemned cells at Toledo, had stone floors, and light was not altogether excluded. A fearful idea now suddenly drove the blood in torrents upon my heart, and for a brief period I once more relapsed into insensibility. Upon recovering, I at once started to my feet. Trembling convulsively in every fiber, I thrust my arms wildly above and around me in all directions. I felt nothing, yet dreaded to move a step, lest I should be impeded by the walls of a tomb. Perspiration burst from every pore, and stood in cold big beads upon my forehead. The agony of suspense grew at length intolerable, and I cautiously moved forward with my arms extended, and my eyes straining from their sockets in hope of catching some faint ray of light. I proceeded for many paces, but still all was blackness and vacancy. I breathed more freely. It seemed evident that mine was not, at least, the most hideous of fates. And now, as I still continued to step cautiously onward, there came thronging upon my recollection 1,000 vague rumors of the horrors of Toledo. Of the dungeons there had been strange things narrated, fables I had always deemed them, but yet strange and too ghastly to repeat, save in a whisper. Was I left to perish of starvation in the subterranean world of darkness? Or what fate perhaps even more fearful, awaited me, that the result would be death, and a death of more than a customary bitterness. I knew too well the character of my judges to doubt. The mode and the hour were all that occupied or distracted me. The outstretched hands at length encountered some solid obstruction. It was a wall, seemingly of stone masonry, very smooth, slimy, and cold. I followed it up, stepping with the careful distrust with which certain antique narratives inspired me. This process, however, afforded me no means of ascertaining the dimensions of my dungeon, as I might make it a circuit and return to the point whence I set out, without being aware of the fact. So perfectly uniform seemed the wall. I therefore sought the knife which had been in my pocket, which led into the inquisitorial chamber, but it was gone. My clothes had been exchanged for a wrapper of coarse serge. I had thought of forcing the blade in some minute crevice of masonry so as to identify my point of departure. The difficulty, nevertheless, was but trivial, although in the disorder of my fancy it seemed at first insuperable. I tore a part of the hem from the robe and placed a fragment at full length and at right angles to the wall. In groping my way around the prison, I could not fail to encounter this rag upon completing the circuit. So at least I thought. But I had not counted upon the extent of the dungeon or upon my own weakness. The ground was moist and slippery. I staggered onward for some time. When I stumbled and fell, my excessive fatigue induced me to remain prostrate, and sleep soon overtook me as I lay. Upon waking and stretching forth an arm, I found beside me a loaf and a pitcher with water. I was too much exhausted to reflect upon this circumstance, but ate and drank with avidity. Shortly afterward, I resumed my tour around the prison, and with much toil came at last upon the fragment of the sturge. Up to the period where I fell, I counted 52 paces, and upon resuming my walk, I had counted 48 more. When I arrived at the rag, there were in all then 100 paces, and admitting 2 paces to the yard, I presumed the dungeon to be 50 yards in circuit. I had met, however, with many angles in the wall, and thus I could form no guess at the shape of the vault. For a vault I could not help supposing it be. I had little object, certainly no hope, these researches, but a vague curiosity prompted me to continue them. Quitting the wall, I resolved to cross the area of the enclosure. At first proceeded with extreme caution, for the floor, although seemingly of solid material, was treacherous with slime. At length, however, I took courage, and did not hesitate to step firmly, endeavoring to cross in a direct line as possible. I advanced some 10 or 12 paces in this manner, when the remnant of the torn hem of my robe entangled between my legs, and I stepped on it and fell violently on my face. In the confusion attending my fall, I did not immediately apprehend a somewhat startling circumstance, which yet, in a few seconds afterward, and while I still lay prostrate, arrested my attention. It was this. My chin rested upon the floor of the prison, but my lips and the upper portion of my head, although seeming at less elevation than the chin, touched nothing. At the same time, my forehead seemed bathed in a clammy vapor, and the peculiar smell of decayed fungus arose in my nostrils. I put forward my arm and shuddered to find what I had fallen at the very brink of a circular pit, whose extent, of course, I had no means of ascertaining at the moment. Groping about the masonry just below the margin, I succeeded in dislodging a small fragment and let it fall into the abyss. For many seconds I heard and hearkened to its reverberation as it dashed against the sides of the chasm in its descent, at length, where there was a sudden, sullen plunge into water, succeeded by loud echoes. At the same moment there came a sound resembling the quick opening and rapid closing of a door overhead, while a faint gleam of light flashed suddenly through the gloom, and as suddenly faded away. I saw clearly the doom which had been prepared for me, and congratulated myself upon the timely accident by which I had escaped. Another step before my fall, and the world had seen me no more, and the death was just avoided was of that very character which I regarded as fabulous and frivolous in the tales respecting the Inquisition. To the victim of its tyranny there was the choice of death with its direst physical agonies, or death with its most hideous moral horrors. I had been reserved for the latter. By long suffering, my nerves had been unstrung, till I trembled at the sound of my own voice, and had become in every respect a fitting subject for the species of torture which awaited me. Shaking in every limb, I groped my way back to the wall, resolving there to perish, rather than risk the terrors of the wells, of which my imagination now pictured many in various positions about the dungeon. In other conditions of mind, I might have had courage to end my misery at once by a plunge into one of these abysses, but now I was the veriest of cowards. Neither could I forget what I had read of these pits, that the sudden extinction of life formed no part of their most horrible plan. Agitation of spirit kept me awake for many long hours, but at length I again slumbered. Upon arousing, I found by my side as before a loaf and a pitcher of water. A burning thirst consumed me, and I emptied the vessel at a draught. I must have been drugged, for scarcely had I drunk before I became irresistibly drowsy. A deep sleep fell upon me, a sleep like that of death. How long it lasted, of course, I know not. But when, once again, I unclosed my eyes, the objects around me were visible. By a wild, sulphurous luster, the origin which I could not at first determine, I was enabled to see the extent and aspect of the prison. In its size, I had been greatly mistaken. The whole circuit of walls did not exceed 25 yards. For some minutes this fact occasioned me a world of vain trouble. Vain indeed, for what could be of less importance under the terrible circumstances which environed me than the mere dimensions of my dungeon? But my soul took a wild interest in trifles, and I busied myself in endeavors to account for the error I had committed in my measurement. The truth at length flashed upon me. In my first attempt at exploration, I had counted 52 paces. Up to the period when I fell, I must have been within a pace or two of the fragment of serge. In fact, I had nearly performed the circuit of the vault. I then slept, and upon waking I must have returned upon my steps, thus supposing the circuit nearly double of what it actually was. My confusion of mind prevented me from observing that I began my tour with the wall to the left, and ended it with the wall to the right. I had been deceived, too, in respect to the shape of the enclosure. In feeling my way, I had found many angles, and thus deduced an idea of great irregularity. So potent is the effect of my total darkness upon one arousing from lethargy of sleep. The angles were simply those of a slight depressions or niches at odd intervals. The general shape of the prison was square. What I had taken for masonry seemed now to be iron or some other metals, in huge plates, whose sutures or joints occasioned the depression. The entire surface of this metallic enclosure was rudely daubed in all the hideous and repulsive devices to which the charnel superstition of the monks has given rise. The figures of fiends and aspects of menace, with skeleton forms and other more really fearful images, overspread and disfigured the walls. I observed that the outlines of these monstrosities were sufficiently distinct, but the colors seemed faded and blurred, as if from the effects of a damp atmosphere. I now noticed the floor, too, which was of stone. In the center yawned the circular pit, from whose jaws I had escaped, but it was the only one in the dungeon. All this I saw indistinctly and by much effort, for my personal condition had been greatly changed during slumber. I now lay upon my back, and at full length, on a species of low framework of wood. To this I was securely bound by a long strap resembling circingle. It passed in many convulsions about my limbs and my body, leaving at liberty only my head and my left arm to such an extent that I could, by dint of much exertion, supply myself with food from an earthen dish which lay by my side on the floor. I saw to my horror that the pitcher had been removed. I say to my horror, for I was consumed with intolerable thirst. This thirst, it appeared to be the design of my persecutors to stimulate for the food, and the dish was meat pungently seasoned. Looking upward, I surveyed the ceiling of my prison. It was some 30 or 40 feet overhead, and constructed much as the side walls. In one of its panels, a very singular figure riveted my whole attention. It was the painted figure of Time, as he is commonly represented, save that, in lieu of a scythe, he held what, at a casual glance, I supposed to be the pictured image of a huge pendulum, such as we see on antique clocks. There was something, however, in the appearance of this machine which caused me to regard it more attentively. While I gazed directly upward at it, for its position was immediately over my own, I fancied that I saw it in motion. In an instant afterward the fancy was confirmed. Its sweep was brief and, of course, slow. I watched it for some minutes, somewhat in fear, but more in wonder. Wearied at length with observing its dull movement, I turned my eyes upon the other objects in the cell. A slight noise attracted my notice, and, looking to the floor, I saw several enormous rats traversing it. They had issued from the well, which lay just within view to my right. Even then, while I gazed, they came upon in troops, hurriedly, with ravenous eyes, allured by the scent of meat. From this required much effort and attention to scare them away. Might have been half an hour, perhaps, even an hour, for in cast I could take but imperfect note of time. Before I again cast my eyes upward, what I saw confounded and amazed me. The sweep of the pendulum had increased in extent by nearly a yard. As a natural consequence, its velocity was much greater. But what mainly disturbed me was the idea that it had perceptibly descended. I now observed with what horror it is needless to say that its nether extremity was formed a crescent of glittering steel, about a foot in length from horn to horn, the horns upward, and the under edge evidently as keen as that of a razor. Like a razor also, it seemed massy and heavy, tapering from the edge into a solid and broad structure above. It was appended to a weighty rod of brass, and the whole hissed as it swung through the air. I could no longer doubt the doom prepared for me by monkish ingenuity and torture. The cognizance of the pit had become known as the inquisitorial agents, the pit whose horrors had been destined for so bold as a recusant as myself, the pit, typical of hell, and regarded by rumor as the ultimate thule of all their punishments. The plunge into this pit I had avoided by the merest of accidents. I knew that surprise or entrapment into torment formed an important portion of the grotesquerie of these dungeon deaths. Having failed to fall, it was no part of the demon plan to hurl me into the abyss, and thus, there being no alternative, a different and milder destruction awaited me. Milder, I half smiled in my agony as I thought of such application of such a term. What boots it to tell of the long hours of more horror than mortal, during which I counted the rushing vibrations of the steel, inch by inch, line by line, with a descent only appreciable at intervals that seemed ages. Down and still down it came. Days passed. It might have been that many days passed ere it swept so closely over me as to fan me with its acrid breath. The odor of the sharp steel forced itself into my nostrils as I prayed. I wearied heaven with my prayer for its more speedy descent. I grew frantically mad and struggled to force myself upward against the sweep of the fearful scimitar. And then I felt suddenly calm and lay smiling at the glittering death as a child at some rare bauble. There was another interval of utter insensibility. It was brief, for upon again lapsing into life there had been no perceptible descent in the pendulum. But it might have been long, for I knew there were demons who took note of my swoon and who could have arrested the vibration at pleasure. Upon my recovery, too, I felt very, inexpressibly sick and weak, as if though long inanition. Even amid the agonies of that period, the human nature craved food. With painful effort, I outstretched my left arm as far as my bonds permitted, and took possession of the small remnant which had been spared me by the rats. I took a portion of it within my lips, and there rushed to my mind a half-formed thought of joy, of hope. Yet what business had I with hope? It was, as I say, a half-formed thought. Man has many such, which are never completed. I felt that it was of joy, of hope, but felt also that it had perished in its formation. In vain I struggled to perfect, to regain it. Long suffering had nearly annihilated all my ordinary powers of mind. I was an imbecile, an idiot. The vibration of the pendulum was at right angles to my length. I saw that the crescent was designed to cross the region of the heart. It would fray the serge of my robe. It would return and repeat its operations again and again. notwithstanding terrifically wide sweep, some 30 feet or more, and the hissing vigor of its descent, sufficient to sunder these very walls of iron. Still, the fraying of my robe would be all that for several minutes it would accomplish. And at this thought I paused. I dared not go farther than this reflection. I dwelt upon it with a pertinacity of attention, as if in so dwelling I could arrest here the descent of the steel. I forced myself to ponder upon the sound of the crescent as it should pass across the garment, upon the peculiar, thrilling sensation which the friction of cloth produced on the nerves. I pondered upon all this frivolity until my teeth were on edge. Down, steadily down it crept. I took a frenzied pleasure in contrasting its downward with its lateral velocity to the right, to the left, far and wide, with the shriek of a damned spirit to my heart, with the stealthy pace of the tiger. I alternately laughed and howled as one or the other idea grew predominant. Down, certainly relentless, down. It vibrated within 3 inches of my bosom. I struggled violently, furiously, to free my left arm, but this was free only from the elbow to the hand. I could reach the ladder from the platter beside me to my mouth with great effort, but no farther. Could I have broken the fastenings above the elbow? I would have seized and attempted to arrest the pendulum. I might as well have attempted to arrest an avalanche. Down, still unceasingly, still inevitably down. I gasped and struggled at each vibration. I shrunk convulsively at its every sweep. My eyes followed it outward and upward, whirls with the eagerness of the most unmeaning despair. They closed themselves spasmodically at the descent, although death would have been a relief. Oh, how unspeakable! Still, I quivered in every nerve to think how slight a sinking of the machinery would precipitate that keen, glistening axe upon my bosom. It was hope that prompted the nerve to quiver, the frame to shrink. It was hope, the hope that triumphs on the rack, that whispers to the death condemned, even in the dungeons of the Inquisition. I saw that some 10 or 12 vibrations would bring the steel in actual contact with my robe, and with this observation suddenly came over my spirit all the keen, collected calmness of despair. For the first time during many hours or perhaps days, I thought it now occurred to me that the bandage, or circingle, which enveloped me was unique. I was tied by no separate cord. The first stroke of razor-like crescent athwart any portion of the band would so detach it that it might be unwound from my person by means of my left hand. But how fearful in that case the proximity of the steel, the result of the slightest struggle, how deadly. Was it likely, moreover, that the minions of the torture had not foreseen and provided for this possibility? Was it probable that the bandage crossed my bosom in the track of the pendulum? Dreading to find my faint, and as it seemed in last hope frustrated, I so far elevated my head as to obtain a distinct view of my breast. The circingle enveloped my limbs and body close in all directions, save in the path of the destroying crescent. Scarcely had I dropped my head back onto its original position when there flashed upon my mind what I cannot better describe than is to say the unformed half of the idea of deliverance to which I have previously alluded, and of which a moiety only floated indeterminably through my brain. When I raised food to my burning lips, the whole thought was now present, feeble, scarcely sane, scarcely definite, but still entire. I proceeded at once with the nervous energy of despair to attempt its execution. For many hours, the immediate vicinity of the low framework upon which I lay had been literally swarming with rats. They were wild, bold, ravenous, their red eyes glaring upon me as if they waited for motionless on my part to make me their prey. To what food, I thought, have they been accustomed in the well? They have devoured, in spite of all my efforts to prevent them, all but small remnant of the contents of the dish. I had fallen into the habitual seesaw or wave of the hand about the platter, and at length the unconscious uniformity of the movement deprived it of effect, and the voracity of the vermin frequently fastened their sharp fangs in my fingers. With the particles of the oily and spicy viand which now remained, I thoroughly rubbed the bandage where I could reach it, then raising my hand to the floor, I lay breathlessly still. At first, the ravenous animals were startled and terrified at the change, at the sensation of movement. They shrank alarmedly back, and many sought the well, but this was only for a moment. I had not counted in vain upon the veracity. Observing that I remained without motion, one or two of the boldest leapt upon the framework and smelt the circingle. This seemed the signal for a general rush. Forth from the well they hurried in fresh troops. They clung to the wood. They overran it and leaped in hundreds upon my person. The measured movement of the pendulum disturbed them not at all. Avoiding it, they busied themselves with the anointed bandage. They pressed. They swarmed upon me in accumulating heaps. They writhed upon my throat. Their cold lips sought my own. I was half stifled by their thronging pressure. Disgust, for which the world has no name, swelled my bosom and chilled with a heavy clamminess my heart. Yet 1 minute I felt that the struggle would be over. Plainly I perceived the loosening of the bandage. I knew that in more than one place it had already been severed. I was with more than a human resolution I lay still. Nor had I erred in my calculations, nor had I endured in vain. I at length felt that I was free. The circingle hung in ribbons from my body, but the stroke of the pendulum had already pressed upon my bosom. I had divided the serge of the robe. It had cut through the linen beneath. Twice again it swung, and a sharp sense of pain shot through every nerve. But the moment of escape had arrived. At a wave of my hand, my deliverers hurried tumultuously away. With a steady movement, cautious, sideline shrinking, and slow, I slid from the embrace of the bandage and beyond the reach of the scimitar. For the moment, at least, I was free. Free! And in the grasp of the Inquisition. I had scarcely stepped from my wooden bed of horror upon the stone floor of the prison when the motion of the hellish machine ceased, and I beheld it drawn up by some invisible force through the ceiling. This was a lesson which I took desperately to heart. My every motion was undoubtedly watched. Free, I had but escaped death in one form of agony to be delivered unto worse than death in some other. With that thought, I rolled my eyes nervously around the barriers of iron that hemmed me in. Something unusual, some change, which at first I could not appreciate distinctly. It was obvious. It had taken place in the apartment. For many minutes of a dreamy and trembling abstraction, I busied myself in vain, unconnected conjecture. During this period, I became aware for the first time of the origin of the sulphurous light which illuminated the cell. It proceeded from a fissure about half an inch in width, extended entirely around the prison at the base of the walls, and thus appeared and were completely separated from the floor. I endeavored, but of course in vain, to look through the aperture. As I arose from the attempt, the mystery of the alteration in the chamber broke at once upon my understanding. I have observed that although the outlines of the figures upon the walls were sufficiently distinct, yet the colors seemed blurred and indefinite. These colors had now assumed, and were momentarily assuming, a startling and most intense brilliancy, that gave to the spectral and fiendish portraitures an aspect that might have thrilled even firmer nerves than my own. Demon eyes of a wild and ghastly vivacity glared upon me in 1,000 directions, where none had been visible before, and gleamed with the lurid luster of a fire that I could not force my imagination to regard as unreal. Unreal. Even while I breathed, there came to my nostrils the breath of a vapor of heated iron. A suffocating odor pervaded the prison. A deeper glow settled each moment in the eyes that glared at my agonies. A richer tint of crimson diffused itself over the pictured horrors of blood. I panted. I gasped for breath. There could be no doubt of the design of my tormentors. Oh, most relenting, almost demoniac of men, I shrank from the glowing metal to the center of the cell. Amid the thought of the fiery destruction that impended, the idea of the coolness of the well came over my soul like balm. I rushed to its deadly brink. I threw my straining vision below. The glare from the enkindled roof illuminated its inmost recesses. Yet for a wild moment did my spirit refuse to comprehend the meaning of what I saw. At length it wrestled its way into my soul. It burned itself upon my shuddering reason. Oh, for a voice to speak. Oh, horror. Oh, any horror but this. With a shriek, I rushed from the margin and buried my face in my hands, weeping bitterly. The heat rapidly increased, and once again I looked up, shuddering as with a fit from the ague. There had been a second change in the cell, and now the change was obviously in the form. As before, it was in vain that I at first endeavored to appreciate or understand what was taking place. But not long was I left in doubt. The inquisitorial vengeance had been hurried by my twofold escape, and there was to be no more dallying with the King of Terrors. The room had been square, and I saw that two of its iron angles were now acute, two consequently obtuse. The fearful difference quickly increased with a low, rumbling or moaning sound. In an instant the apartment had shifted its form into that of a lozenge. But the alteration stopped not here. I neither hoped nor desired it to stop. I could have clasped the red walls to my bosom as a garment of eternal peace. Death, I said. Any death but that of the pit. Fool, I might not have known that into the pit it was the object of the burning iron to urge me. Could I resist its glow? Or even that, could I withstand its pressure? And now flatter and flatter grew the lozenge, and with a rapidity that left me no time for contemplation, its center, and of course its greatest width, came just over the yawning gulf. I shrank back, but the closing walls pressed me relentlessly onward. At length, for my seared and writhing body, there was no longer an inch of foothold on the firm floor of the prison. I struggled no more, but the agony of my soul found vent in one loud, long, and final scream of despair. I felt that I tottered upon the brink. I averted my eyes. There was a discordant hum of human voices. There was a loud blast of many trumpets. There was a harsh grating as of 1,000 thunders. The fiery walls rushed back. An outstretched arm caught my own as I fell, fainting, into the abyss. It was that of General Saul. The French army had entered Toledo. The Inquisition was in the hands of its enemies. I get into the book. I get into the story too, I think. Hey, Rams Killer. All right. Oh, actually timed out pretty well. A few minutes to 4:20. And then the potatoes are going to be done right after that. 4 minutes till the potatoes are done. Potatoes. Happy 420, everybody. Nope, never heard that. Happy 420. Thank you, Jackie. I have to refill my prescription tomorrow. Okay, Stanfield. Potatoes are cooked. I love you too, Cherry Berry. There's my toasty brown baked potato. I think that's true. I think that's true, Cherry. Dang it, dang it. Oh, I'm sorry, Mama G. Alright. Now say, time to say goodnight to old friends and new. Good night, old friends and new. Good night, old friends and new. Good night, old friends and new. Alright, we come to the anticlimax. To the end of the show. Alright, you might be wondering what the show is about. People often wonder what the show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication live on the Book of Face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. After 691 pills, 691 shows, a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me their most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show, the community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. Oh, it's a labor of love. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell, and boy does she know. Hell, I mean heck, this show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment with Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcasts on record and cylinders played on a 19th century Edison home phonograph, along with the nursery rhyme book from my childhood containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also The Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I call the Rainbow Tunnel, in which I harnessed the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warp nacelles, creating a static warp bubble and a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse, and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber, created by me, that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand, as this is advanced social science. Yeah, so the show's also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes and a measure of Mark and Mindy, a dash of Mr. Ed and two doses of Alice in Wonderland, a helping of Hee-Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, a tincture of Teen Wolf, an ounce of Oz, a cup of Creepshow and Castaway, a quart of Quantum Leap and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show on a 4-hour tour. Piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse, a pinch of Peter Pan, a pound of Popeye, I Am What I Am, a whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. Ha ha. Come up to the lab. See what's on the slab. I can see you shiver with anticipation. Touch me. I want to be dirty. Thrill me and chill me. Fill me, creature of the night, an undone Benjamin Button, a corny ear of Dumbo, a college try of I Spy, a couple of raw strokes of Bob Ross, a spoonful of Mary Poppins, and the full Monty Python. Finally lump in Rick and Morty with a liter of I Love Lucy in the Sky with diamonds, and wham bam, thank you ma'am. You've got the show. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including and especially me. Alice will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her high fives the first. On the second coming will always be risen with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies, the Supermen, and their boners will always be spinsters and sempstresses working the sweatshop. The twin towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV, pigs will fly. Disco and dance will reign like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it'd be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP, pre-exposure protocol. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals you. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long and never catch HIV from me. It's a brave new world. The future is now. And it's 1969. Free love. Woo! All right, pill number 691 down the hatch. We are robots. Ding it, ding it, ding it. Woo! Oh, I can't believe we're at the end already. Dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it. All right. Thank you all for being here. Dang it, 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 dang it. All right, this is the house that Jack built. This is the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the cow with the crumpled horn that tossed the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the maiden, all forlorn, that milked the cow with the crumpled horn that tossed the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the man all tattered and torn that kissed the maiden, all forlorn, that milked the cow with the crumpled horn that tossed the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the priest all shaven and shorn that married the man all tattered and torn that kissed the maiden all forlorn that milked the cow with the crumpled horn that tossed the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the cock that crowed the morn that woke the priest all shaven and shorn that married the man all tattered and torn that kissed the maiden all forlorn that milked the cow with the crumpled horn that tossed the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the farmer that sowed the corn, that fed the cock, that crowed the morn, that woke the priest all shaven and shorn, that married the man all tattered and torn, that kissed the maiden all forlorn, that milked the cow with the crumpled horn, that tossed the dog, that worried the cat, that killed the rat, that ate the malt, that lay in the house that Jack built. Oh, this maybe someday, I don't know, I have a lot of anxiety about video conversations. Oh, dang it, or real-time conversations at all. Oh, but maybe someday I want to get it past that. All right, I love you all. Come back tomorrow. I'll have more ideas for you, and you'll have things I want to talk about, and so will I. I love you all. Thank you for being here. Ramskiller, Cherry Berry, Mama G, who else still out there too? All of you that's not chatting, or everyone. I love you all. Thank you again for being here. Cock thanks you. My cock thanks you. Well, thank you. Dang it. All right. I love you. Good night, good night, good night.